Hello guys, we'll get started here. Hopefully it hasn't, like, copyrighted you guys into silence yet with whatever this video is. Huh. Stage 1 unlocked. As a crew member, you receive Stage 1 the Crew Legacy set, which includes Photonic Striker Pickaxe. Unlock a new style on the first of each month you're part of the crew. Interesting. Where's that at? Well, where is it? Others. So this, and it comes in different colors. Blue, green, and orange, of course. Photonic Striker. It gets longer. It becomes Photonic Advance. Oh my. Cyber Light is Photonic Advance doubled up, I believe. It's the same. Well, no, they have different shapes actually. They have a new handguard. So you get a new style here and the ability to double it up. Another new style here. This is Toon. This is more like a battle axe of some kind. Frick. What do they call it for, like, the Klingons? It's covered its handguard and blade again. Pretty cool. And a gigantic version of that. Jesus. That might be one of the bigger axes we have. Cool. Well, I don't plan on going anywhere. I'm going to be a friggin' member till Fortnite dies. What? No, I didn't do it. Ye am aware. We should attach it to someone. Who should we attach it to? Where's our member person that was in those damn Halloween costumes? There he is. Oh, he has his own axes. Ah, shit. I don't know. I'll give it to someone random. You know what? Fuck it. I'll give it to her. Lady, you're getting an orange axe for absolutely no reason. That can't be good. Christ. Fortnite, what the frick are you doing? Well, while we're sitting here, today is, welcome to Fortnite with Sephiroth TX. If we have to exit here, I'm just going to restart it and not even save this one. Today we're going to be reading more from, there we go. The final of the Dead End series. I want to see what the item shop I didn't check yesterday. Elder's Locker. Eldade's Locker. This is a cool thing, but it's too bad they didn't make it into a travel. Ooh. Oh, it's a die. Colors match my banner, which means since my banner's black, it's just a black gun. That's hilarious. Alien Rope Bundle. In the introduction bundle. I don't know why I said robot. Cool. She's got moves. Little Octane. Dun, 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 dun. That's pretty much all its betters down here, I guess. Yeah. So go ahead and start up. Are we not? Enable shovel. We should have a few things to do today. Let's get this zero build. We are done with the regular thing. We have high octane to do. Oh, right. Earn points at RL Live. So what the? Frickadoodle is RL Live. Big Battle's back, by the way. Look, 40 versus 40. Oh my god, we're gonna have to play that at least once. RL Live? Hi, roller coaster race, Octane Derby, Octane Rush, Octane. What the hell is RL Live? It really just says RL Live and there's nothing here. Since I can't figure out what to do with that one. Rocket League Live. Rocket League Live. Rocket League Live. Earn points at RL Live. And thank you, dumbass. That's not what I said. What are you just gonna give me at least a video? What the frick? Oh, here it is. Oh, I'm supposed to freaking type in that code. What the hell? Okay, take a picture of that code. Oh my god. How am I supposed to know that? So... God, I haven't used an island code in forever. 9775 0165. Oof. 8588. Wait. I don't know how these are gonna work. Where did my manager go? I said go. Go. But we'll play for a few minutes in here, and then if we get to the point where I feel like we've had enough time in there. I don't know, my manager sounds back on. We'll get out and read. Because today we'll be finishing out that stuff too. It's like 5 minutes in here, give or take, then read. So decide to read or something. Ah, what the frick? That's loud. Oh. Cool.
Sometimes that's all you need. You need to make it fake and force the defenders to look to you while your teammate is the one to shoot on net. And Moist is very aware of that.
Looks like the coach, in the time between that game and this, has managed to wake up yet. He's starting to make the plays, and we just have to start watching.
Three-step, it's their touch.
Oh my god, I have not played Rocket League in years.
We should hire you as voice coach. Just get him in the corner until Yax wakes up. Wake up, Yax. That's it. That's all they need.
Take the pillows off the the stage, I guess. At the moment, Furia looking to put Moist to bed.
Oh.
And 3 minutes 20 on the clock. They were able to hold on to a 1-goal lead for that. Now they have 2.
I have any points whatsoever.
The best of Moist. The Moist that now know that defense is not their main priority anymore. It's all about getting goals. Keep getting confidence. Far too quick. Furia now with yet again. He's already outplayed them once. Going for a second one. Delays. Underneath. No mega available to Vatira.
Cool chance for Gaio. And oh, Gaio guard wisely waited in the back. Yo-Yo against everyone. He doesn't care. He's gonna put it on net. Yo-Yo, how good is he? Guard was in front of him. He didn't care one bit. He had his target was the backboard, and then later on the net.
Does it show my points anywhere? 5? Is that my points? I don't know.
Momentum anymore. Just swinging at each other.
We've had 2 different theories in this one. The first, full speed, and now the plays are coming out left, right, and center. Are you not entertained?
Rise. Waits for Card.
Gets past.
Now Card up against Vatira.
How much do I need in here? 6 out of 100.
The demo. It's going to be the recipe against Moist the way they're playing. Furia, every single goal they get is momentum, is confidence heading towards that last game, that game that nobody else has been able to take. Nobody else has been able to make the comeback.
I need to hit at the orange line.
Now, they're going to get that chance if they can get to Champions Field.
BDS waiting in the wings.
BTS waiting in the wings. Excuse me, what am I watching?
Make it to Champions Field. You still don't know who is going to have the momentum. It has been that back and forth.
Oh, my mother
Earlier,
frigger.
BDS would be happy watching this series heading towards their match. No longer. Both of these teams are performing. Yeah.
Even talking about Champions Field now, it feels surreal because we know the boys is capable, is more than capable of getting those crowd time and get the goal.
Oh, bullshit.
I'm going to cool myself on Champions Field for the time being. There is still a lot.
Bull friggin' poop.
Maybe letting what I want to happen not quite be what is currently happening as Kaio on the backboard.
Ooh, 26. And XP to go with that. Is that an actual crowd noise in the background, or is that canned? I apologize about the noise.
121, 1 goal. Furia, you're up against it, and they need to hold on. Khan moving in. He doesn't take his own team.
And Moist has been so good at defending the backboard, but this time it was just too far away. They didn't have anyone there. They were not expecting guard to get the ball, to steal the ball, and then use the backboard to double tap. So Uria once again has a 2-goal lead. 1 minute left.
So many goals have come out in the last minute, though. You can't count Moist out. Joyo! He's looking for it. You can feel it coming, Shogun.
I need 50 more so I can do this damn red ring.
Rise tries to get rid of it, and then play it backwards as Furia scrambling.
Why is there someone on the track?
Vatira turns around against Yang.
Oh, frick.
Into the corner, into safety.
Boys have been playing with fire, but if anyone can do it, they keep it.
Oh. Bull poop. I can't see where I'm going.
You want to call it Champions Field?
I'll give it a moment. I still cannot believe every time we took a few years away, and yet when we come back, it's the same as always. World Championship Rocket League delivers yet again. 20 seconds on the clock. And Fury
Made it.
5 goals to their name.
Shabako just wants to hear you say it. Say it, Shogun.
Ladies and
Man. Aww. Okay. This is friggin' music from Fortnite, so it shouldn't do shit, but just in case we'll have to leave to, read. Oh, I was able to turn it off. Weird, why did it turn itself on? Oh, yeah. One more. In fact. Hello, Squeaky. Moist.
Here is the simple question for you. You go straight in, or do you take the time out? We already have the answer to it. Moist.
Made it.
They're going to try and ice Furia before the biggest match of their careers.
Moist
250.
in game 7 is
Okay, we'll do that.
Furia only 6 and 5. Plus we know the team that wins the third match, the first usually wins. I mean they have that 56 and 0 record. So Furia right now listening to the fans, going crazy, trying to make history here.
We can hear them. I guarantee the players can hear them, and everyone at home can hear them. But Dickie's Arena, I have one more question. Are you ready for Champions Field?
I like how they're like, you're a gamer, be social. No, I don't wanna.
But I don't think I am. I don't think you all really, truly ready
Oh,
for the
yeah.
game 7 to go through to the semi-finals
140.
here at Dickies Arena. Furia.
Tiki's Arena?
Moist. South America versus Europe. It all goes down now.
Oh.
5 minutes inside. Who will face BDS?
Moist, you don't get any breaks.
Only 5 minutes.
Do we know Moist? Is Moist super famous in Fortnite or something? I don't watch Rocket League championship stuff. I haven't played Rocket League in since the first year it came out. Honestly, it's a good game. It's just not my game.
Champions Field, 5 minutes. Cement your legacy or go home. Let's get to it. Moist versus Furia.
Well, apparently we're going up. Wait, how high can we go?
Whoever scores first might be enough. But this has been a long time coming. Moist versus Furia. Game 7 and a chance for Kaio.
Rise tries to get rid of it.
I don't like how fast they went into that match, though. They gave Moist no chance to recover. Furia's just been sitting on the side there. Ah, son of a butt.
They keep it going. Jackson, another pass. Kaio with the chance card.
Dude,
Waiting for it.
what the hell are you doing out there, man?
And it's good. But Jadira with the save.
It's save after save after save for Moist. Furia testing them in the first 40 seconds.
Off the side.
Did that count? That counted.
Can Moist finally see the orange side of the field?
Get my balls in it.
Seems like a pipe dream at the moment. It's not happening for them. Instead, another block not happening either. Yan off the wall. Batira
Oh.
off the backboard. Kaio clears.
And even though Furia have had so
Did he
much
say Kaioken?
how quickly that could turn around, Moist could be about
Kaio what?
to take it straight out from under their belts, but Furia continue the attack.
You're real OG if you know what that was from.
Furia want to put the pressure, but right now seems like Boys has made the adjustment. Only 1 minute they needed
Man.
to be able to get the clears. Now Kaio with Jax in front. Great save by the Boys, guys.
Hello.
We're able now to control the ball and going for the pass, but Jax with a great interception.
I don't know where I'm going with that one.
Get through the lines. But Furia
I need 20 more.
with everything they've got.
Batira in the read of the century as well.
Oh my god.
That one out. And that took a lot of risk and a lot of nerves.
Welcome to the orange side of the field. We haven't seen it all game. 2 minutes down.
Made it. 250. No, I thought it was 200. Now I'd be sad. How many of these do I get? It doesn't say do more than 250.
That's a fitting name right there. Way over the earth. So much
No, I dipped my toes in. It should have counted.
boys with the first goal of game number 7.
After 2 minutes of holding on, Moist get the wall.
240.
Time after time. It doesn't seem like
Easy.
momentum is a thing for any of those teams. Like the other one just won it as much as the
Okay.
very close.
Oh, that's 5, not 10.
Furia somehow was able to get it out of the way.
You can feel the tension rise. It's right up the net. Nerves are peaking now, with both teams making the mistake. And 2 minutes of some of the toughest Rocket League they'll ever have to face.
Moist have taken over.
30.
Furia now looking for the backboard yet again. Card. Exceptional.
Not sure what I was doing there.
He's got his team back in position. And now they look for their chance. But they've got to get it past this midfield.
Oh, skipped over the top.
Seems to have. Demo. Rise. Leaves it for
Let me up. Wait, why can I not get over? This thing should almost ride itself half the time.
Furia's defense, but then
Really?
just inches away of getting the goal. They're not able to do so.
Love that accent. It's like, it reminds me of Markiplier's cute ass editor, and I can't remember what it is. Is it Polish? Is it Swedish? I don't know. It's not Swedish. I don't know my accents. It's a cute accent.
What a laser beam. What a read from Jojo.
Ah.
Calculated. He called the player Furia. He's not on the sidewall and he said, the ball is falling right here and it's mine.
He's a peach of a man. And that's a
Oh,
peach of
turn
a
off the
shot.
music and stop turning it on.
Moist 2-1 up, with only 1 minute remaining.
They might be about to make it 2 as well. Joyo plays the time, but that's right into the path of Card. Still keeps it going. Can't get another reset. He'll be onto a block. That's trying though. 50 seconds. Joyo takes the first time shot. Moist just don't want the
You know that he named himself that just so when he goes in competitions like this, people have to say moist over and over and over again. Made it. Okay, is that it on that? Sniper versus Octane, so... With this? Oh, I guess I should plug in my phone. Yes. So we hit that. You know, I didn't even check my freaking things last night. We got a backbling. It's got a... Oh, it's called like a beach car. It's Rocket League at the beach. Beach, Umbrella Beach. That's cute. And a spray paint. Cool. Yes, I'm aware of what I got. With that, we will head into creative, just so we can hit the creative button and have no sound. While doing this. Boop, 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 boop. Hello, kitty. I meant to have coffee today, but my coffee cups are all gross. I need to clean them. Madam, what is on your back? Oh, come here, what is this? No, don't get annoyed with me. What is this on your back? What have you been rolling in? What is this? Gross. Oh, yo, you got a hard life as a cat, don't you? The owner's like, I gotta see what sticky stuff is in your fur. You're like, yo. Hey, Squeaky, it's time to turn on the Kindle. You know where I put it? What do you mean I don't have a Kindle? What do you mean it's on my phone? Shh, people don't know that. What do you mean everybody knows that? How do they know that? Are they watching me? Okay, we are in the middle, or we are just past midnight. Midnight hit, the monsters started arriving. The PI is outside the house right now. He slipped and fallen to the ground, and something's crawled over him. Uh, the two are in the house, and they saw his shadow and are afraid there's monsters outside. Of course there are, but they're afraid he was a monster too. They're like, do monsters come in the shape shadows? And that's the hey, the father and son duo. Get out of there, lady. Are get out. Don't climb in the electronics. The father and son duo. I do know what the world's a duo. Are in the middle of town trying to run from a supposed cat creature or cat, and I think that's the most important thing that's going on right now. That's where I left. You're gonna call something electronic one day, and then we're all gonna be in trouble, lady. No, stay. Don't be trouble. You heard me. Oh, I'm gonna have to cut off this tail. Yeah, I will. Yours are pets. You got pets. Madam, I swear. You're doing this on purpose. Dare the pets. Stop knocking over shit. You got pets. Don't give me your flick the angry tail. Oh, I got swish-tailed. Got so swish-tailed. I switched my tail at you. Anyway, currently 1 p.m. Something clinked against the back window, and they both turned. They hadn't closed those blinds, but the lakeside remained unlit. Whatever had fell to the window remained unseen. Whatever had charged the door there had also stopped. If they make it in, the circle will hold as by faith will. If one or the other fails, will this be enough to stop them? She eyed him, her eyebrow raised. If they make it in, I expect you to shoot me in the head, and then you may shoot yourself or allow yourself to be taken. No, guns will not stop them. Something disturbed the garden behind them. Merc rose. Let nothing pass the candle. Do not break the circle. Merc nodded. He leaned as far forward as he dared without passing the candle, watching a shadow dance below. What do you see? It's hard to say, like a shadow flickering around in the garden, almost like black cloth. See, a terrible face filled the large window, as large and square as it pressing against the glass hard enough to cause it to strain, with terrible unseen eyes as dark and shiny as the rest of it. It looked almost as comical as it did terrible. In shock, Merc stumbled back, fell on his ass, and dropped the rifle, which fired into the nearby wall. They waited a moment. Merc glanced at the window, which was once again empty, and Tammy finally rose from her chair. She breathed a sigh. The candles are still lit. You didn't break the circle. What happened? I saw it. It was everywhere. Over the window, yet it was like staring at nothing. I had the oddest sense of having seen everything beyond it at the same time. It showed of itself what it wanted you or you expected, she said, kneeling down next to him to grab the rifle. A transformation or illusion, or who knows, maybe even his true self, whatever that might be. Did it take form? Of sorts, though not one I'm familiar with. I'm sure it will become familiar with my nightmares. Tammy helped Merc to his feet. They both glanced at the skittering of rocks as what appeared to be a man disappeared in the darkness. Was that? Another illusion, I'm sure, Tammy said. If you're done with the show, I'd like to close the blinds and turn on a really loud movie. As soon as the window had burst, James was down on his back. He rose to his feet and pushed with both legs, connecting with the sleek dark form which leapt through the falling dust of glass. The creature let out a huff with contact. Before it could fly away, James then pumped half his magazine into the thing. The cat-like creature was not a cat. Though feline, it was as if staring at nothing, a hole, which now lay lifeless on the asphalt before them. Holy cow, his son shouted. James smirked, rolling back to his knees. I know, right? What the hell is that thing? Standing to get a better look at what he could not clearly see, he saw one of its unmistakable oil-black paws extend its claws and stretch, then place a paw to the ground, one by one. The thing rose hunched, ready for attack, its oil-black lips pulled back to bare quartz-colored, razor-sharp fangs. And the thing's clicking feline growl changed into a roar. The unmistakable roar that belonged to the giant orange cats of Africa, only ever imitated by Harleys of America. His tail whipped forward, forcing James to dance away from its barbed end. He turned to run, and found his son disappearing around the corner. Deciding that for now his son's instincts were as good as anyone's, he followed. Before he could turn the corner himself, there was an unmistakable twang of a stressed bow being released, before something entered through his back and pushed into his abdomen, filling his body with hot pain. Okay. Yeah, we'll pause there. Pause and continue. What else do we need to do, guys? Return into the lobby. Yes. Oh, that's not my drink. Lady, did you knock over my drink? No. Is there any, like, big battle quests? No. Lady, what are you into? This is all 20k, so it's almost unnecessary to get up towards... Where are we at in that, by the way? Oh, that reminds me, we need to check this. We're at 25, so I have enough for another reward. Yay! Spider butt. Spider butt. She's got a butt and it shoots web. Wait, what? Gross. Squeaky. Does your butt shoot web, Squeaky? It does? Ew, I kind of not want to know that. Okay, let's load that up then. Sort of a pinkish color to it. Oh, that changed that. Cool. I think that changed that. You know what? The rest of these kind of just fit, so whatever. One open slot left. Okay. With that, we'll shuffle. And... Snipers versus Octane 8992. Oh, shit. Snipers versus Octane. Is this rockets versus cars? Oh my god. Okay, get a close for a minute. Whoa. Focus. Eight 992 9205 9205 6512 6512. Damage car opponents in Sniper versus Octane's damage. So I have to be... Is it go? I have to be a sniper then, or something. I don't know. I don't know if this is what I think it is. Either in GTA, there's this mode called Rocket versus Snipers. I'm sorry, Rocket versus Cars, where your guys sitting on a like bridge area. The cars are trying to knock you off. You're trying to blow up the cars. There's a version without the rockets, but the rockets one gives you at least a fighting chance. There's Chrome Punk. Oh my god, we're shaking too much. There's Chrome Punk. How do we go? Oh. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize what was going on there. I'm an idiot. Squeaky. Idiot. Squeaky. I'm an idiot. I got knocked out because I dropped on purpose. It is what I think it is, only with guns instead of rockets. Squeaky, why am I dumb? Yeah, oh my god. I can't believe I did that. Am I on randoms? I'm not on randoms. Why are my locker emotes all messed up? Squeaky, why do you keep turning like you're not comfortable in my bed? My bed not comfortable for you, lady. Hello? Okay. I guess we have to wait for the round to finish. I think Chrome Punk's, view here is a little, oh good, they can just eliminate you. I was like, Chrome Punk's little hidey hill there is kind of rude. I didn't know there were rounds. Okay, so I need to just deal damage to the cars and not fall off like some noob. Mother fluffer. Sorry, making noise to my cat just because it annoys her. Oh jeez, what's going on? This better let me in this time and not kick me out and say error, error. Why do we have to watch the hiders? Explosion. Ooh, who's left? Oh. Oh, he missed. Ooh. Man, you almost got Nagadojis. Oh, I'm gonna call a bull there. You like, get your balls in his mouth. I'm calling absolutely bull now. He hit him. Well, okay. If this kicks me out, I don't know. I have to be angry. Don't kick me out, you jerk. I can't switch weapons. What the hell? Oh, shit. Well, I don't have weapons, so that's interesting. Hi. Bye-bye. Nope, dead. Well, that was pointless. Well, now I can actually change players. What is with the glitches in here? This place is some serious issues, Rocket League / Fortnite. I'm sorry, was that guy below the map? Please, if I had that shotgun, that would be like my one weapon. Death. Matchmaking. I got 0 points, yay! I didn't even get to shoot anybody because it didn't let me have a weapon. I call bull poopies. You heard it, kitty cat. I said it, bull poopies. Are you asleep? She's asleep. She came up here to destroy things and then take a nap. Really? I please start at the beginning of a match, not the end of one. Oh, I see a bus of battles over there. Does the battle bus in Rocket League? That'd be pretty cool. They could like put a short little stubby battle bus in Rocket League. I could see that happening. Why is my head on? It's not cold in here. I mean, not hot in here. Not something in here. It's not something in here. Okay, what the flick? All I want to do is finish this mode. I want to go to the bar. I want to get my crunk on. Holy frickadoodles. Please place me in an early match. What round are we on? Round 1. At least there's that. Well, shit. I guess we're on this song and hopefully it doesn't, like, piss off too many people. As in, the idiots at Twitch or the idiots at YouTube. What's this song from? What's that song from? That song was like in a dance thing. Was it? Is it because it was in the mountain? Who knows? Da, 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 da. Okay, after this mode, whether or not I hit 600, we'll go off to somewhere to read. Oh man, sons of. No, no, dang it. Yes, I know how to drive. Wow, whether or not I'm good at it. Oh, well, shit. Why did we both explode? Son of a bitch. Damn. Damn. Can't get a hating of this. So boost is not gonna work.
Hey, sweetie, I'll got your back. Good luck out there.
Damn. Suck. Why are there only two of us now? I don't know, there's a few of us. You dumbass. Why'd you hit me? Really? The hell? That's not what I meant to do. I have not hit a single person. Aww. My feet. Am I gonna be octanes this entire town? This could be annoying. Oh, yay. Can I actually shoot this time? Double yay. I got a crappy shotgun. frick is he doing? Well, how many did I get there? And can I go do... 272 out of 600. And defeat again. I feel like I'm hearing a lot of defeat getting at. Not even... I don't know, I was gonna go for a joke for that, but now I just kind of lost it. It's gone. Too much time on my hands. Why is my manager not open? This black screen of loading. Starting game. It's definitely not going to kick me out. Oh, good, it didn't kick me out. Hello, Kit Kat. Yes, you have to tell me that every time. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, frick. Well, is there only one left? What the hell? Turn off the butter barn. Oh, so close. Oh, I got him. I didn't even think I hit him. Woohoo! I got a victory, and I point. Come on down to the butter butt. It's snowing confetti. It sounds hazardous to my health. Ooh. Look at me twist my body unnaturally. You know, if y'all keep exploding whenever I shoot them, I never get any points. Items. Hello. Did I make it? I made it. All I have to do is not die. Ooh, that was close. Where's the time at? Where's the timer? Little. Oh, I thought you were an Imperial. I'm missing. Elimination. They freaking do give you rocket launchers if you kill enough people. Ah, defeat. They smell like provolone. Don't ask. We'll go back and read before our next mission, but let's get back to the lobby and see what's on. We've got a new backbling. It's just really fast on fire. And, oh, I guess an emote that I'll never use because they don't randomize emotes yet. Maybe next chapter we'll have cars with vehicle wraps. Who knows? You know what? Here, you can have that one. I don't know why you have chaos in there. Okay. Back to creative. I don't know where I'm running to. I feel like I need to run. Oh, the exercise. Oh, my knees. I can feel it in my knees. Okay. Close that. Back to Dead Ends 3. Hello? Kendall? Wake up. Okay, I think we're still at 1 p.m. The man stopped, panting. His iron cauldron was only a quarter empty, and his belly sloshed under the weight of his meal. It was always difficult, consuming the entire pot, the entire kill, which is why kills in the wild usually fed a full family. He had no family. Needed none. Or he needed one, but he doubted there would ever be another soul as dark as he was, willing to partake in this ritual of sacrifice and gift to distract the dark things of the night. With the idea that urinating was the only way he could make more room, he rose. He had relieved himself inside the circle or risk breaking it, but wouldn't go where he sat. The man had standards. Okay, this is a short one. We'll on the next one. When whoever was inside fired off a round, the thing on his back vanished, like nothing had been there to begin with. He rose and ran, away from the window, away from the place, away from the monsters. It wasn't until he was into deep darkness, only broken by the twilight of distant windows, then he realized he had left his only light source, his camera, behind. Then he realized that wasn't completely true. He pulled out his cell phone and turned on its face, then thought to dial the police. We're sorry, local law enforcement is closed. We do not receive messages. Please call back at 6 a.m. In case of emergency, please locate your city guide available in all residences. He cursed his town's stupidity and decided that running blindly wasn't the way to go. Facing the phone forward, he noted that he was treading across crunchy lakeside sand, right towards the water. That could be good, or it could trap him against the water and force him to swim out if that thing came back for him. What was to say the thing couldn't swim, or just float out? What was to say there wasn't things in the water? He came to the shore where black waves that shined under his leg lapped upon the pebbles, pushing some in and pulling some out. While he stared at the water for a moment, he listened, thinking about life, but all he had done with it, and decided private investigating was for the foolish and daring. In his late 30s, he was growing too old to be either. With this job finished, he'd report his findings to the husband, demand a substantial danger pay, then find him a nice desk job somewhere. Isaac turned away from the lake, just as something violently erupted from the water. Before he could turn to see what it was, a soft rubbery tentacle wrapped itself around his ankle, pulling him back and sending him sprawling to the ground, hard. This close to the ground, having hit it hard, it was easy to tell the sand wasn't your typical soft fish feces found at oceanside beaches, but rock crushed with weathered away into the smallest pebbles. But still, as hard as the day it had belonged to the side of some cliff. Blood ran warmly from a gash on his chin, his lips and tongue also warm and red, the latter which he had chomped down on. The ridge of his nose felt broken, and his eyes watered. He realized with a sudden panic that he couldn't see. Both of his contacts had fallen out. The moment he tried to struggle to rise and palm around for them, something jerked him back by sharp things a bit softly into his leg, warning him that if he was pulled too hard, he'd be hooked. He was a fish on a line. The thing was waiting to get a good grip, but couldn't unless he hooked himself on its lure. Isaac lied down and waited, wondering if the thing would give up, or find a way to drag him below. We'll stop it there. Continue on our stream. Yeah. Turn into the lobby. Yes. It's interesting the YouTube covers we get on this. Sometimes it's all just from where I'm reading, so all you get is that, like, a choice of that fall area. And sometimes it's, like, something cool. Okay. Camera. Oh my god, I could just hit that. I don't even need the camera anymore. I didn't know I could just do that. Manager, where's my manager? I want to speak to my manager. Yesterday was Doom. Let's talk the stupidity of retail. So I've been working at this company for 6 years. I've been working retail for near around 17 years. Almost an entire adult, kids to adult age working retail. The same time I spent working retail, I spent in school now. Oh god, the freak is going on here? Why am I in first person? And why is it so wonky? Why are controls inverted? Oh, I can't move like this. We'll give this a minute before we reload. Holy freaking crap, this is not comfortable. The controls aren't inverted, they're turned sideways. Okay, give it a minute. I like the water sound, so. Copyrighted water sounds. Anyway, while we're here, we'll talk about it. So, yesterday I worked at work. Now, for the past 5 years, 4 years, ever since we lost our night help, we've been struggling as night cooks. We're always out late. Um, I've been asking for them to give us a new mid-shift night end, and they refused and refused and refused and refused and refused and refused for near 6 years, or 5 years ish. Um, and then they're always angry because we're out late, and it's like, dudes, I told you why we're out late. So this past month we've been given a night shift, and midnight shift, which is normally me for the last 2 days, 2 to 8, and that's good because hot side shuts it down at 6:30, right? The what I normally cook shuts down at 6:30, so that gives you an hour and a half, or sometimes they hit 8:30, 2 hours of assistance. So yesterday I cook, right? I'm the actual cook, and my night shift is at 7. Now let's see if you can do math better than my managers. What is the difference between 6:30 to 7 and 6:30 to 8, or 6:30 to 8:30? And in case you don't want to do math, that's half an hour versus an hour and a half versus 2 hours. So instead of getting a whole hour and a half plus of assistance after we shut down, I get half an hour of assistance after we shut down. To add to that, our morning cook had to call in due to injury, and the person who covered them couldn't do their dishes. So we had 2 full shifts of dishes to do that we were unable to touch because of how busy it was during the day. So in that half hour, my assistant, the mid-late shift, was able to do some of the dishes, and that's it. I was so pissed off last night, so angry. Oh, we're doing something here. Okay, got all busy glitched out. And I was so not happy last night about it. Like, I started washing some of the dishes. I realized I was going to be late. I was like, frick this. So I went to go do my prep. And I think that's what I'm going to do from now on. From now on, if they fuck me over like that, what's going to happen is I'm going to go do my prep. Like, I had someone to help me. And then what happens is we have these cleaners that come in and clean some of the building, but not all of it. Won't help me with my dishes most of the time. And this is dumb. What is this emote and why is it doable together? Hey, wait, it's making them... Oh, either they're lagging out normally, I think. I think it's just frame rate drops. There's the amount of people in here. But let's get to her, because her frame rate's supposed to be dropped. Not her, though. Kiki, what are you doing? Yoga? Well, they need to fix the camera. Ah, frick. Oh my god, I did not know that was a wall. I feel like an idiot now. Get up, get up. I'm not the only one who did not know that was a wall. No one told me there'd be a maze. What the frick? Oh, that was not under 2 minutes. To be fair, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh, what the frick? Why does this stop all forward momentum? Oh my god. Well, at least I'm getting XP out of this, I guess. Yeah. I haven't seen a checkpoint in a while. I have a feeling I missed a checkpoint. Everything's gonna be screwed. Yeah, everything's screwed. The finish line isn't even there. Freaking what? Okay, well, checkpoint. Where the frick are you? We'll be doing one race, and then reading. There's the checkpoint I missed. I'm still in 3rd place. What the hell? Everybody else quit? Get off the wall. I better have counted. Gosh darn it. I missed another checkpoint. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Okay, return to the lobby. Return to lobby. We can go back there in a minute. What the heck here? I don't know. It keeps sending me there. I have a message. Shit. Hello? What is this? Weirdness. Why is it dropping me in like this? Huh, I do believe I found a glitch. Weird. But I guess we'll read from the glitch version. We're a little higher up than normal. Okay. Oh, I guess I didn't do the disclaimer this morning. Warning, these readings, descriptors, the story contains 18 plus content, including violence, graphic violence and gore and horror and whatnot. 1:30 p.m. Tammy scooped up a handful of popcorn in her mouth, buttered and salted to perfection, which usually meant too much for others. Though Merc wasn't complaining. They were well into the first Avengers movie. Loki was putting his scheme into motion and the said team of supers were mostly unaware, much less much of a team. Outside, the world thrashed into its full violence. Car alarms rang off, glass shattered, things roared which sounded both animal and human. Every once in a while, something would try their door or window, but Merc watched his host ignore it all, and found in her belief in the circle, which he still did not share, a sense of security. The movie dragged on. Plenty of action, not too much talking, tons of epic scenes full of realistic computer graphics, mostly of Iron Man and the Hulk. And despite the popcorn and the coffee she had fixed him, despite what raged outside, Merc felt the tug of exhaustion drag his eyes closed. Merc woke with a start. He was surprised to find Tammy asleep, her head in his lap. He tried to think nothing of it. The movie was still going, so he hadn't been asleep for very long, and she had probably slept and then cradled within his warmth. Then he heard what had awoken him, the crashing of something being thrown around, from behind a white door built into the wall. His mind raced to remember what had been behind that door, and found it to his displeasure that he remembered. It was the stairway into the basement. He pulled his host off his lap, shaking her lightly. "Tammy, wake up." Tammy blinked awake, then backed up, wide-eyed, glancing around, lost to where she was for the moment. Then she blinked back at him. "Oh, Merc. Sorry, I don't even remember dozing. Off." "Something's in the house." Tammy stood and glanced around sharply, her brow furrowed. "Impossible. Nothing's broke the circle. If something had, the candles would extinguish." There was a loud crash from the basement. What sounded like glass then settled to tittering along the concrete floor. "See?" Tammy gripped up the rifle. What did you bring with you? Nothing, he insisted. I'm simple. Aside from being gay, which is okay these days, I have never kept a deep, dark secret like that. Shit, she muttered. Shit, then they nested. What? It's a theory based on the thought that they may act like animals. Our basement is stupidly windowless. I don't know who built the thing like that, but they had, leaving it the only place of the house with the ability to cut light out completely during the day. The creatures vanish during the day, but for the past few years no one has spent the night here, and the house has been open to everything that creeps or crawls out there. In theory, the creatures could have sought refuge down there, to hide in its shade during the day, nesting like rats. So can they get us? Yes, she said. She put the barrel to the bottom of her chin and pulled the trigger. Murph was just quick enough. He pulled the barrel aside just as it fired. The heat of the exiting bullet scorched his palm, causing him to shout and pull back. But with him, he pulled the gun away from Tammy. The gun had fired into the ceiling, and with its discharge, every candle around them snuffed out. He cracked open the shotgun, threw out the remaining rounds, then brought the open barrel down hard upon the fireplace, splitting the gun in two. What the fuck did you do? His host wailed at him in horror. She fell and cradled to pieces like a broken child, glancing sharply back at him. They'll have us, Merc sighed, noting the creatures outside and within had become more violent. Both doors were constantly being rattled against. They now knew they could get in, and they had moments to act. He pulled her up by her long blonde hair, which caused her to shout in pain, then slapped her hard enough he knew he'd leave a bruise, shocking her into silence, and he hoped out of her own shock. I'm sorry, he apologized. Press charges later. You spoke of a lantern, one you could pour your will into and would protect us as a shield. Tammy nodded. I think now would be a great time to get it. She grimaced. It's in the basement. Is that long enough? Yeah, that's long enough. Take a break. What's so quiet in here? Okay, exit broken ass creative screen. I am God. I stand on the top of reality and creation. I do believe I'm doing the same as that quest. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. Oh shit. It looks like we're going to have the Senate and they're going to have the House, which means we're going to have another 5 years of doing absolutely nothing because while Democrats try to fix what's wrong and help Americans, Republicans will shit their britches and tantrums and block everything that is good just to make Biden look bad because they're immature little freaking kids. Why is it not starting? There it goes. Am I not playing with people? Am I by myself? I guess I'll get number one. Oh, I've got the camera in fixed position. Oh, that's so much better. Oh my god, I hate it when I do that. I did not hit that button when I'm in the air. Oh my god, what the frick? "34 seconds. gonna happen in 40 seconds. I think the 2-minute thing is unrealistic. I might skip that. Really? Oh my god. Yeah, this will probably be my last race, honestly. Move on to the next thing. Come on. Ow. Get that noise off of me. Oh, what the hell? The booster wrecked me. Don't miss the checkpoint. And you make those boosters not solid. You shouldn't be able to hit those, honestly. Oh, what the hell? Nope. I can't see where I'm... What the frick? Grab the wall. Go that way. Jump off. Holy cow. Any hopes that I'd make that in time is gone. Okay, I'm done. If I wanted to race, I'm done with this race at least. If I wanted to race, I would go play Forza or some shit. If I wanted to play Rocket League, I'd be playing Rocket League. Not that Rocket League here on Fortnite isn't fun, but I'm not here to play Rocket League. I get some stuff though. So what is left on there actually? Oh, did I finish it? Holy cow. Okay. So, another read. Sorry, I'm trying to open up my Kindle. I'm having trouble. Jimmy ran around the corner after corner, around corner after corner, until finally he found it, the church, the place of God, where the unholy dare not tread. His doors wide open, and his lanterns and lights lit brightly. He ran for it, his mind reeling in fear at the things which ran to the sides of him, playing with him as cats would play with their meal, but not all the shadows feline-like. He stopped just short of the church as a shadow that was short, with bent elbows on long arms, ending in stump-like hands, blocked his path, hissing at him. He didn't know what to do against such a menacing presence, but suddenly a pair of warm arms scooped him up, which he yelled and struggled against, and swept him past the thing, up some steps, and into the small old Gothic cathedral. As they passed, the gas lamp stuttered, but did not extinguish. Thrown to the floor, Jimmy looked up to watch his father, the back of him soaked in blood with something black stuck in it, forcing the torch door shut. He forced a wooden bar across the doors and then slid to a sit, his blood streaking down the woods of the doors, which seemed to stretch towards the cavernous ceiling. "Daddy? Think I'm okay," his father heaved out in a breath. "Bucker spiked me, but otherwise I'm okay." "Daddy," his son sobbed, walking toward his father. "It was a lion." "No, it wasn't. It was a monster," he insisted. "It was Sickle. He's come back." James backhanded his son hard enough for it to echo around the cathedral. He had meant to quiet him, but Jimmy only wailed louder. "Shut your mouth. Sickle's dead. I fucking cut up that stupid lion, and I'd do it again if he showed his ugly mug around here. And I'd cut up the assholes who did this to us, so shut up." Attempting to stifle his terror and pain, Jimmy looked up at a set of tall stairs at a door opening in the back of the church. I heard violent contact and raised voices, a deep voice rang out. An elderly man with short white hair and a deeply etched face came out leaning on a walking stick. Neither are becoming in a place of God. James watched the old man in what appeared to be satin pajamas descend the stairs. My apologies. Is it, Father? The older man nodded. It's been a trying night for both of us. I can see, judging by the stain on my door, you're injured. There's a creature outside, Father. Two, actually. The cat wants to fight me. There are many creatures that come midnight. The man's voice creaked with age, much like wood. He seemed to study them behind tiny spectacles. The fact that you only saw two might be something of a miracle. Here, turn. Let me see. James turned. He heard his son gasp and then turned to gag. The man prodded around it with his finger. I'm afraid I'm not much of a doctor. I hear puncture wounds can go worse if you remove the weapon, and it isn't bleeding much, so it might be best to leave it and wait till morning. Are we safe here? His son asked. Do you believe in God? The two of them nodded. Then have faith that the flames which surround this place so brightly are blessed by him. Little may enter. You can only bring in with you the sins you created. The elderly man stood, cocking a grey eyebrow at the duo. Did you bring any sins with you? The two of them glanced towards the bag which James carried. James threw it aside. The priest's eyebrows drew together, then dug through the bag to find the pelt. What is this? A kill from my last trip. Killing an animal itself is not considered a sin. Why do you consider this a sin? Why would this taint you? James drew in a sharp sob before he brayed, much like his son had earlier. His son took his hand, squeezing it. Because it ruined my family. Ruined our lives, and ruined us. We came here to get rid of it, to sell it. You fool, the old priest said. Someone who knows our town lured you here. He backed towards the stairs. You cannot shed your sins here. You can only give them life. The man glanced around. You have tainted this lovely place. Please, sir, Jimmy yelled, rising, but he stopped as the priest withdrew a revolver from his robe. Sorry. I heard that was coming. Oh my God, sorry. I tried to warn y'all before it came out, but ow, that hurt my throat. Okay, I'm gonna die now. Do not approach my stairs, or I will shoot you both. It is not a sin to cleanse the world of the sinful. James rode, holding his back, grimacing in pain. And take my son. He's committed no crimes. I'm sorry, the man turned. The darkness stains you by blood. With that, the man backed up the stairs with speed as if fear itself had reversed his age. Daddy, Jimmy started. Before he could continue, a growl rose from the altar. Every candle and torch within the building snuffed out, throwing them into complete darkness. James turned to open the door. He was going to grab his son and run, but faced the towering human shadow from before. Dad, his son screamed. He watched the cat-like shadow grab his son by the head within its massive jaws, sinking the quartz saw razors through his skull and pull him through a solid wall in the back, his son's becoming muffled as he passed through. Jimmy! He screamed. He pulled out his pistol and shot the humanoid thing where its leg bent. The thing stumbled and seemed to stare at his new wound in wonder, but he doubted it'd stop it for long. He took that second of distraction to push past its cold, leathery form and round the church, barreling for the back where nothing, not even the cat demon, awaited for him. Jimmy! He wailed in the darkness of night, feeling lost and pain like he had never felt before. Whew, that was a good chunk of story. Okay, we'll take a pause there. Also, my face hurts because I sneezed and talked at the same time. I'm dying. I need more drink. No, I drank all my drink. My drink is all drunk. I have a locker. Oh, is it more of that? Yeah, it's that. Oh no, it's this. Cute. Okay. Our next one's an honorary on Chrome Punk. 34 out of 45 were in Battle Pass. 15. One more and we'll get another one of those. Well, High Octane's bringing it. This is 20Ks. that my song? Reach each hard point at the ruins. Collect coins at the ruins. I don't know what this means, but hopefully it's not timed or something. Oh, so I didn't tell y'all. I'm sorry. I tried to get my day off for December the 3rd, but it ended up being too late for me to ask it off for the event. So right now we're at the mercy of my job, which is wholly merciless. Stay inside the hard point to score elimination and eliminate opponents. The break is the hard point. Am I by myself? There's no one here? No, brick. Son of a butt. It's easy to be leader when you're the only one here. See a coin. Twenty seconds, and then hard point number 3 will be on. I go get it, and then I'll go look around for coins. Holy shit. I know how to get up there though. think I saw a coin up here, but I'm not sure. Did I finish that yet? 2 more coins. Eight, 7, 6. That's not a coin. Same place I was at last time? Okay. Oh, another coin. And that isn't actually going to give me that, so... And last but not least. I love that then. I need 2 more hard points that I haven't been to, and it says I have 3. And we already did this one. Oh, holy crow. I need 1 more hard point. Do believe we've been in this one, but we'll go check it. If not, if we have been in this one, or if we haven't been in this one, we'll let the points run out till we win. If we haven't, I'm sorry, if we have, then we will not. Yeah, this won't count. So we've been a lot of places, but not those places. I need 1 more hard point I haven't been at then. Disabled. E, that might be it. Show me where E is. Give me a design. And that's it. Nice. Now all I do is wait out the points. I could probably just quit, but whatever. Let's do it the legit way. Look at this. Epic finally decided to make a new LTM after such a long time. It's been in Creative Royale instead of actual Battle Royale, making it laggy and full of bugs, plus gets disabled after like 2 minutes. Oh, is 4040 made in Creative instead of actual Battle Royale map? Yeah. That 4040 was Battle Royale. I guess we'll go check it. I think we're done with this. Where are we at in time? What, like an hour and a half in, maybe? Hours, almost 2 hours in. So, yep, that's it on that. Chrome Punk, we're almost there. Where are you at? 20? The rest of these are kind of just meh. That's what that was. Kitty cat. We'll go ahead and load all of them, though. We'll be eating up the Star Wars space after the next one. Kitty, 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 kitty. Where is that? Kitty, kitty. Jeez. Oh, that hasn't changed. Is that? So let's just save it. Save it. Oh, it took us out of pawn. Now we're Chrome Boy. But that's okay because we're going to read a little. Krabby? Take part in silly activities featuring your new friend Krabby. Alice in Creepy Land. What have I found? So I heard Battle Labs will now be completely disabled in Chapter 4. And that's because they'll have the actual full map in Creative now. I don't know what that means. I think that just means you can create the map as you want in Creative. I don't know what that'll mean for us when we do like map tour, which we will be doing here. I think tonight, actually. I don't know. What the hell was that? Was that just a ladybug in my face? I don't know. I plan to do a farewell map tour since this appears to be the end of Chapter 3 already. I feel like I just did the farewell map tour to Chapter 2. Okay, get out of here. Go over here. The waiting was horrible. There were other things out here. Ways I could hear them skitter, stomp, howl and growl as he lied on the rough stone beach. And some of them were awful close to the lake. He was sure there were other things within the lake, too. Other things not as patient and twice as vicious as the fisher of men. When he tried to pull his leg out again, the hooks on the snake-like appendage bit his skin. Then he thought of what little fishing he had done. Something almost everyone in Texas had done in their life, even if they hated it. If a fish went the wrong way, instead of hooking itself, it'd pull off, possibly with the bait still in its mouth. Instead of pulling away, he went against all of it, and pushed his leg further in, slithering through without piercing his skin. It could work, but it meant pushing all the way through, with both of his legs, his body, his arms, and eventually his face, placed up against the wet, cold thing of the creature, and awfully close to the thing's hooks. Something grunted close by. It was half-human sounding. Following the grunt was a nearby tree toppled over, meaning it was now or never. He'd be something's lunch if he just laid still. We'll do one more here. The man-like creature in the dark robes broke the circle. The man filled with darkness stood, having not finished his meal. You can't do that, he insisted, frightened. A feeling he wasn't used to, one that made him angry. The thing reached for his arms. What was under his robe more tentacle than hand, though it appeared to be smoke billowing out of his dress. It came close to his ear and whispered, and at once he knew that this was not something to fear, that both this thing and its creature were like him, and that they would not harm him if he joined in the revelries. With that he grinned, kicked over the rest of the forgotten meal, and led his brothers to the edge of the woods. Okay, we'll go ahead and stop there because it's the beginning of a kind of a new chapter next time. Not a new chapter, but a new time. New revelation. What the frick? Get out of here. Actually, no. I will thumb this up. I didn't know there was a thumb up. Thank you for giving us a nice, pretty fall thing. Those creative lobbies, I hope, stick around because they really remind me of home. Not quite as full as home, but you know. Okay. What we got in quests? This stupid stuff, which we're not going to do. Dailies are done? I think dailies are done. Okay, let's get over to lobby so I can read what I'm doing. Dailies are done. Paradise is done. Chrome Punk is all I'm waiting on. Weeklies come in tomorrow morning. Milestones and bites are done. So what we're going to do now is actually try 40-40. Now let's see how bad it is. Or how good it is. If you don't know, back in the day there used to be a 50-50 40-40 match, something like that, and it's like Team Rumble, but you get one life, no respawns. So you actually have to be careful. You have this huge map to do it in, the entire freaking Battle Royale map. And if that's not what you get here, I'm going to be very disappointed. Well, it's the landing island, but yeah, that's definitely the creative start right there, which is not a good sign. Like, this is the regular Battle Royale lobby, but it's like weird. Why can't I get up there? Oh, the house isn't even up here. What the hell? Well, I definitely see what they were talking about. The 4040 used to be an old LTM, an actual LTM you could play. Actually, it wasn't an LTM, it was a main mode. Why couldn't they just shove that back in here? We'll see what kind of map we're on. Well, it's the actual Battle Royale map, but we're stuck in the bus. Okay. It's a corner of the Battle Royale map. Okay, so it's got like Team Rumble features. Build is on. Okay, well, at least it's the whole map. We have that. Okay, so if it's like the other one, yeah, 13-12, we have a limited amount of people, as in one death is all you get. Ooh, no, I like my purple primes. They're pretty much one hits. It did give you full juice, which is not something you normally get. It just tastes someone steals my juice. It is no builds, by the way, and that is different. Yeah, so there's someone over there that my friend. I'm coming. What the frick? Wish I had a snooper rifle. Damn. Soiled it. Also, I'm not getting the XP from this, so who on that. But we'll watch until the end. $5.9. It's a bit on the laggy side. I will say I like it, and I understand where they're going for. They're trying to show you can use the entire map in creative now. But I also say it shows what is wrong with it. In all, it shows how rough the entire thing is, and how rough creative itself is. Creative is not near perfected enough to be running something like this, technically. This should have just been left in Battle Royale. But if they're going to just LTM everything into creative, they're just going to become... the quality is going to become substandard. Now, the fun thing would be if they have all the maps in creative, that would be fun. Be able to run just all the map forms in creative. Lady, you almost got rocketed. Ooh. Boop, 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 boop. Looks like my team's losing. And she's down. Suddenly I don't feel so bad by getting owned by this lady. Oh, look out. She's tons better than me. Why is my manager not on? Bad manager. I placed second. Yay, second. Okay, not bad. Not terrible. I like the idea. I think that if they're going to replace something that important in creative, they really need to polish the creative. That said, they're quite aware because they push creative release. Also, that said, unlike in regular mode, if this had been in Battle Royale, I would have been getting XP for every chest I open. It's not. It's in LTM. It's in a creative mode, which means I'm not getting anything, which means I will not be doing that. Thank you. We could go to... Since we're... Now, if they start doing everything in creative, I'll be unhappy. We'll go to Team Rumble, because, you know, we got nothing else. But right now, we'll go to freaking creative. Because, I gotta read. What is this trying to update me? Yeah, nothing important there. Ivanka Trump skips father's campaign saying I'm done with politics. I wonder if it's because her clothing line and popularity has taken a plummet. She went from a nobody running a famous clothing line that was actually pretty wealthy to destroying her clothing line for her father's fascism. Hilarious. Get out of here. I don't know what that is. Man, the RSV virus is going around. Respiratory system virus is like hitting hard right now. Everybody's grabbing it. If you have any kind of thing that makes you like susceptible to respiratory virus things like asthma or just because you're unhealthy, watch it, guys. Remember to mask up, especially if you are sneezing. Like, people don't want to mask up, that's fine. But if you're sneezing and coughing and somewhat even showing the signs of sickness, it would be responsible, mature, and adult to put a mask on. I know the problem is the anti-maskers are not mature, responsible, or adults. They're freaking conservative children. Staying in shit and peeing the pants. Okay, that's enough rant. We'll come to here. 2 p.m. Williams woke. Glancing at his clock, he noted that he had only been asleep for maybe a dozen minutes. Sighing at the night, he wondered why. The town's disturbances never caused him to lose any sleep, at least after his first 2 years as mayor. Just within earshot, there was a sound of something wooden being crunched into tiny chips of wood, and he realized it was that sound that woke him. Normally, he'd brush off the sound as something like an unprotected shed being torn apart by a frustrated and unsatisfied creature of moonlight, but this sounded different. Wrong. As if to confirm his suspicion, his phone binged as somebody texted him. Placing his reading glasses on, he grabbed and unplugged his charging cell to thumb open his messages. There were 3. Message 1 was from the Johnsons, a family on the edge of town. Something's big out here, moving around. Lots of noise. Sounds like trees breaking. Trees breaking. That's what he had woken to him. Trees being shoved over. Oh, crap. Highlighting things an accident. Unhighlight it. Thank you. Trees breaking. That's what had woken him. Trees being shoved over or twisted apart, or crushed underneath the mass of an unimaginably large creature. It wasn't the first time the creatures that stuck to the forest destroyed the forest they seemed trapped in or attracted to. if not born by. However, it was the first time in a long while something this large was so close to the city. Excuse me. The second message was from Father Lewis, the only local priest from the church dead center of town. A couple of lost vacationers in town brought darkness into the cathedral, had to seal my quarters. The parent is seriously injured and may attempt entry into hospital. This stole the mayor's breath for a moment. The hospital was arguably one of the most dangerous sections of the entire town after midnight, equaling the forests themselves. Not only did the physically suffering lie there, but a wing in the hospital houses the citizens too mentally unstable to live their lives in public. If the fools visiting his town broke into the hospital, the risk they put dozens of sick in compared nothing to the danger the sick would pose to the town. Ignoring the last message, he dialed up the town sheriff, never realizing that the last message warned him that his own house was at risk, or that the candle on his window had been snuffed out long enough that smoke no longer spun from it. I'm sorry about my ADHD reading. We'll do one more short one. James had found the tracks near the back of the church, where the creature had last been. The black ink-like prints had soaked into the ground, yet they were neither wet like fresh ink nor slick like dry paint, as if they were not prints but pieces of the shadowy creature left behind, staining the pavement to lead him. It was a trap. He had followed enough predators in his life, was a predator all his own, to know a trap when he saw one. A true predator would bait him with a kill and spring the trap while something distracted him, leaving him only a splinter of hope that his son was alive at the end of this trail. Either way, he wouldn't fall for the trap. The creature would learn who the true hunter was. The tracks led north, up a large hill, and around out the main suburbs to a gated mansion of some type, sat atop a small cliffside. The gate stood locked before him, but the creature seemed to have warped the inside of a handful of thin iron bars when passing through near the ground, leaving him enough space to crawl, which he assumed was for his favor, since the thing could pass through solid objects. Knowing it was probably the perfect time to spring a trap, he eyed the tracks leading up to the mansion's door, before dropping on 3 limbs and scooting through the bent gating, using his arm hand to protect himself from the oncoming attack. The attack never came. James climbed to his feet and hurried forward, towards the large oak double doors. Okay, we'll pause there. I heard not the level up, but I heard the something. Either a level up or just a XP thing. I heard the something. We have 5 stars. Oh, not 5 stars. 5 stars? 0 stars. We have 0 stars. Okay, we'll be doing battle team rumble from now on. I got the hiccups. The frick! Every time I try to friggin' read, I get hiccups. If 50-50, 40-40 was a full-on LTM out here and not in creative, we'd be playing that, honestly. It's fun. But I'm not getting enough XP from any kills, from searching chests, from anything. I'm not getting any XP from it. I might be getting like LTM XP, and that might be in itself a good thing. But honestly, I don't know. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow. Tomorrow, quests come out. Wait. Oh, fuck me, wait. I keep forgetting how much the back of her clothes right here looks like the Imperial logo from Elder Scrolls. I'm assuming the house is still up here? Yeah, the house is still up here. Straight down. Dun, 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 dun. I know it's going to come in on me, but this thing will hold a good amount of chests. Like, look, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to do chests, and 250 red chests. Not something I was getting in the LTM, so they want things like that to happen, they need to make it more available for us to have. Wait, is my suit reacting to damage? Oh, that is cool. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Okay, werewolf. Holy shit, faster. XP here. Here for the XP. Hey, what a freaking. Honestly, I don't need this anymore, so we'll go ahead and take that because that's fun. This. Not bad. Got a little XP from that too. Woo. Splat. Visitor comes out and just sees blood falling from his canopy. Oh shit, not again. I told that pirate not to park there. Ugh. Come on. XP. We're in Tilted, which is no longer Tilted. It looks like the clock tower will be coming with us to the next island, though I don't know if it'll have a... Yeah. Bull boobies. Wow, it looks really strange over here without half of his buildings. Are you serious? You let me kill you, dude. Oh my god, I love this gun. Oh, I forgot to post up my nice little crown wins yesterday. There should still be on VODs. I should be able to do that later. Piggy, piggy, piggy. My piggy. Yay. Oh. Did not expect that. I've been roadkilled. This gun is so freaking OP. Look, you got a key. How is this house still standing? No, seriously, how's this house still standing? What magic is this? Oh look, more XP. That it? My god, you're slow. I'm using a controller, come on. How is this thing still alive? I don't know who the shark's after, we're too high for him, I think. Oh, get out of that. Oh, sorry. The hell's friendly firewall? I don't know what I just did. Yeah, yeet. I don't know what killed me. I got sniped. I cobble. I call hacks. I call my managers off there again for some reason. For the fluke's sake. See, it's not the person How are we losing? I'm doing so good. The rest of you all pick it up. I've been marksman. I've been marked by the man. Oh my god, we need someone with a freaking... That's a bird. Oh, I was chasing down Star-Lord. 80 out of 100. We're not going to win this round, but I got a good amount of XP, I think. That was chaos. How are we not done yet? How are we holding off this long? Ah, I was the kill. Yay. Some Laura. A career. Let's see what that was. Actually, I haven't checked my last issue. SMG Sage earns the SMG Expert Dreams 3-4. Friendly Firewall. Defend a teammate who has a bounty during Chapter 3 Season 4. Ah. Okay. Okay. Back to creative. Oh, did they just update the store in the middle of the day? What the hell? That was not there earlier. Or is that something that's probably something you can freaking buy and whatnot, and I already have it, so it's not going to be there. What's going on? Yeah, I know. Go away. Go away. Nothing interesting there. Oh, did I erase the AOL one I wanted to look at? Oh, I'll look for it. Oh, is this it? No, that's it. Okay, good. Okay, that's there. Was slow charging? Hold on. But it's in a fast charger. What the hell? It should not be slow charging. This is a fast charger. Fast charging. I think I have an issue with my phone. Okay. Binder was in the living room, his long nose in his novel, and his imagination drove away the darkness for dramatic mysteries. Eric Kahn was his favorite author of all time. His mysteries were dark, but never delved into paranormal to cheat their way through the reality, while keeping the writing light and fast without becoming too detailed. Though he wasn't the most popular writer out here, Binder wasn't the only fan of the writer within the town. Kahn had even visited Moonlight once during a tour, though he hadn't stuck around to experience its own mysteries. That was probably a good thing. Kahn's book and reputation put him at odds with authority often. Had he come to town, which forced a curfew with the threat of extreme danger, even death upon breaking it, he'd probably go for a midnight stroll just to stick it to the man, and then Binder wouldn't have his favorite author to read anymore. He was so drawn into the latest mystery murder that it took several hard pounds upon the nearby wooden door before he realized it was more than just normal, typical night noise. For a moment, his faith wavered, and with it the candles. But he swallowed, said a short prayer, and with his faith the candle's flame grew brighter. The pounds on his door came again, 3 human-like knocks, not the usual scraping or bashing the creatures did. Following them, a muffled voice shouted, Binder stood, wondering if he should wake his master, but decided that if he could turn whatever fool was away without waking him, everyone would be better for it. The tall aged servant, nearing his mid-60s with a long face, strong chin, and thin jet black hair, ambled his way to the front hall. "Go away! Open the fucking door and give me back my son," a man shouted from beyond the massive wooden doors. "Sir," Binder said patiently, "you are mistaken. There are only 2 grown men here, no children." "The creature has him," the man seemed to whine. "He entered your home." Binder cast a glance at the wavering but still strong handles. "Impossible, sir. No creature can enter this building." "Listen, if that's true, let me in and show me. Help me find my son." Binder stumbled, not wanting to douse this man's hope to find his son safe. "I'm sorry, sir, but there are no children here. If the creature took him, then he is already dead." "Open your fucking door or I'll open it for you." The servant drew back, his faith welling in his chest, the windows side candles now nearly as engulfed as torches. "God will not permit darkness into our home, though you may try, sir." There was a muffled report of a gun. The wood around the middle of the deadbolt exploded in splinters, and Binder's knee twisted in pain as he fell to the side. Binder looked up in disbelief and wretched fear as the younger man broke the circle and snuffed out every candle in the master's home. The man held a smoking pistol to his face. "God doesn't protect kidnappers." Somewhere nearby it sounded as if large amounts of wood were being ground into oblivion by some unholy machine. Let's see how... Yeah, the next one's pretty long, so we'll stop there. Get out. The heck? Why did I even get up? I didn't need to get up, I just need to get out. Returning to the lobby. Yes. I want to play Brick it, Brick it to hell. Tomorrow is you know what, and I want to play 4040. So we're going to play 4040 even if it is poor and broken. Even if it's not giving me XP. The rest of the day we'll be playing 4040. It will last shorter than a full Team Rumble match anyway. Allow me to read more. We're only at 2:30. We have an hour and a half at least. So I think I'm going to finish off this story today. Cool. I got captured by the storm and abducted. Tomorrow I might know whether or not I can make it to the event. I hope I can. I haven't been in a while. I miss events. 2, 1, go. We gotta be more careful with our landings here. We cannot go in the storm because we only have 1 death. Why are there already builds here? Broke-ass system. Unless we're in the middle of a match that's been going for a while. Oh, I have builds now. What the hell, I can build. I couldn't build earlier. I just don't have any builds on me. Were there builds in the last match? I remember builds being in the last match. I kind of died in the middle of a building. Two-shot shotgun. Oh, those seem decent. Ooh. Well, if I'm gonna run it, let's run the purple one. Oh, I'll do that now. Nope, I cannot get any kind of... Honestly, it doesn't matter if we open the chest, because the chests aren't going to give us shit anyway. I think I like this one better than the hammer, honestly. Do I have bars? I think I have bars. You a friend? You're a friend. Oh, okay, good. Hello, friend. I thought you were not friend. $15.11. I don't have any Heelys on me or anything, so not good. Maybe I can find some over here. Where the storm comes. The storm is here. Ah. We are key to get. I'm gonna do this just because I got to. Law of the land and knock every single one of those down. $49, not bad. I don't think kills give me anything, so just being in here is what's going to do it. It's like, if it's like creative, then I get shit for just being in here. I guess 12k every few minutes. So help me continue. Hello, Jones. Kitty. Yeah. If you mess with me, you're gonna be fat. That's not how it goes. Oh, I apologize. Oh, I didn't have that covered at all. I have sneezed all over myself. But I saw someone. Red Solo Cup. Damn. Get him. My God. Oh no, the storm's coming. I didn't know the storm was coming. I'm trying. I like this because it's like Team Rumble, only there are actual stakes, and it's just as much of a big battle, but you have to actually have like actual somewhat strategy. Which is why I'm dying. I don't have strategy. What is strategy? Spectating Cindered Fan 19. I don't know whose team this guy's on. You just stop shooting your own team member, you dummy. Hell. Jonesy, you're about to die. special. Oh. See, no XP. That's the thing. I went through that whole thing and no XP. I can't do that. Not if I want Chrome Punk. Oi, Facebook. Facebook? Why did I call you Facebook? Hey, you've gotten me so upset. I'm calling you Facebook. Oi, Fortnite. Why? Damn, shuffle is off. That's why we're the cat a few times. So no, we'll be going into either Team Rumble or something else. At least get us a little bit of XP. The basement was out of the question, and so was the lamp. Instead, the two of them had dashed for the kitchen, just as every window on the house exploded inward. Merc was just fast enough to shield his pregnant host and take several of the sharp, small shards into his back. Oh my god, she screamed. Calm down, Merc struggled not to scream back at her. She'll stress her child. Tammy pursed her lips, trying to grab hold of herself. Then she knelt and brought out two large steel flashlights. They were heavy enough to knock a human senseless, or maybe stop what was attacking them. And best of all, they were bright. Tammy said a prayer and switched on hers. It was bright enough to whitewash her face and cause Merc to glance away. Merc switched his on, but it flickered with an orange glow, barely bright enough to light his fingers. Shit. You have to have faith, Tammy said a little too calmly, as if she was in meditation. I'm not godly, Merc complained. I've seen too much to believe in him. Not in God, she said, a smirk twitching at the edge of her lips. He is who I funnel my faith through, but the trick words for Christians, Muslims, Jews, Satanists, and atheists alike. After Merc continued to stare, she said, If you have faith in science, he nodded, that your microwave will work to cook your food, or that your car will drive you to your destination, and that its emergency systems will act to protect you. Merc continued to nod. Then have faith in what you have seen, that light will protect us, as the candles obviously once did. Merc swallowed, nodding, finally understanding. Anyone could have faith in the known or observable. The creatures were real. There were no doubt about that. The simple candles had held them back, and the moment that light had failed, so had all other light, even the television. But here they were with what light was left, and it too would protect them as he needed it to. His bulb blazed to life the moment the front door burst open, and Merc realized one more thing. That scientifically speaking, if the creatures were driven off by light, it hurt them. If they were harmed by simple candlelight, then the burning torch of science he held in his hand was now a true weapon. Just as he felt the blade of light warm his face, he shifted it to fall upon the tall creature, with skin of black oil and a beak on a black face atop a human torso, and compacted squished legs like those of a kangaroo. His featureless face he rested the light upon and suddenly began to smoke. Ember-like cracks appeared as the thing seemed to combust from the inside. It opened up its beak to squall a horrible bird-like cry of pain before stumbling away back into the darkness, leaving behind drips of oily substance that immediately stained the ground. Holy shit, Tammy exclaimed. I never knew. Lucky guess, he grinned, blinking. But now that we know, how about we take the fight to them and leave this town? We can't. Merc stared back at her for a moment. His light flickered before he closed his eyes and then blazed to life again. I'm sorry, but the things are as trapped inside the town as they were outside our walls. If we break the containment, they'll escape to other cities, he swallowed. Tammy nodded. We don't know if they can reproduce or multiply outside of the forest, but if all they need to do is hide from the light, they get to Houston or Dallas, and there will be no hope. Merc frowned. Shit. But we know how to fight them now. Tammy already had her phone out and was calling someone before he noted that the darkness that had tried to invade the house had now fled, probably terrified when the first weapon ever turned upon them. The fear of their foe renewed his faith in his new weapon, and the light of his torch grew bright enough to white out the wall it laid upon. Okay, we'll take a break there and go back to whatever the frick we're going to play. I already liked it. Stop making me like it. I like it again there. It's been liked twice. Okay, let's see where we are. So we'll go ahead and finish this up tonight, I think, and this morning, because I have today off. Then tomorrow, when we start up our missions, weeklies, we will read the 2 sections of a Bite of the Moon I want to read for you guys. I would like to say that I have had at least 70 sales in Amazon, 1 sale on Google, a handful of sales at Barnes & Nobles, and any of you out there who watch this and have bought my books from the links or whatever I posted, I want to thank you a ton. You guys will be the reason I am anything if I ever become anything in writing. We'll continue with Battle Team Rumble. God, I have to play Save the World forever. Where is... Come on, matchmaking any day now. ETA 49. Elapsed 54. There we go. I like this song, actually. This should have probably been Meow School's emo music, too, or something. I'm still not going to get over how Toon Meow School's emo music is dumb as shit. We're in Team Rumble, right? Yeah. Okay, just go down. Heading down to the racetrack, where there's gonna be a funky car. Something purple. That's not what I wanted, but it'll do good for now. Definitely a better one. And you know what? I want to play this. Help. Let's take you. Don't need, I just need you. Ah, frick. I need you, unfortunately. Which reminds me, milestones. Oh, okay then. darn it. Still got a snooper though. Quick exit. You get 250 XP for being the first elimination. What the frick? XP for that. Kite and shrooms. And I'm good with that. Jeez, some shrooms here for the XP. I know. I'm just getting some XP. Calm down. Farming all the XP. Well, that didn't go the way I wanted it to go. But hello. Looks like a real one. I forgot I had one of these. Let's actually get the frick back over here. We got 30 seconds, so we'll land in time, I think. I think they land faster than the real ones. Come on, I only have 70 life. Oh, at least I got a shot off. I was evolving it, but don't press the cancel button when Pikachu's turning into Ryo. How dare you? You can have it. I just wanted the XP. That doesn't matter. I still got you. The whole point was to charge my gun. It is ready. The first I can charge it. You're trying to shotgun me from that far away? Wait, did I get evolution on that? I wasn't paying attention. I guess not, if it didn't tell me to. Brains and fur everywhere. Accidental hill? I dare you. So close. So close. Oh look. XP. Gosh darn cowboy cake. Spicy son of a butt. Why can I not climb? Somewhere around here, there's a sniper, and he's an annoying little jackass. Oh, now it's me. I did not expect it. Also didn't expect that. What's going on here? You see that, right? Hello? Okay. Right through the spine. Chips out the side. Come on. Now you wanna. Okay. Ow. Long ass battles. Hold on, I have to look up something. I had an old friend say my dedication is beautiful in a bite. And honestly, I put so many dedications in, I don't remember what the bite's dedication is. So we're going to back out of dead ends real quick. Hit Bite of the Moon. Go to the very front. Dedicated to my... Oh, okay, that's right. I said this novel is dedicated to my son, for whom I strive to become an artist that can work home, so I might see him much more in a life I've missed so much of. It seems yesterday you were my little curly-haired toddler. I was chasing around the playground, so infatuated with trains and life, and now you're 14. Almost as tall as me. Actually, he's as tall as me. He's freaking 6'2", 14-year-old. What the hell is that? It's monstrous size. And I'm pretty sure at 14 they're not done growing. Like, he's going to outsize me. He's going to be Lady D size. I told him if he gets that tall, he has to shave whatever facial hair he has during one of the Halloweens and dress up as Lady D, just so he can duck the doors and make people uncomfortable. Yeah, I love my little boy, even if he is not little anymore. Okay, let's head to creative. I'm always nervous when people like, I'm going to read your book. Because they don't tell me till after you read it, people. I feel like you're going to hate. I'm going to be here and judge the rest of the time I see you. Like, the other day I got a good review, by the way. It was a coworker. Coworker came back, gave me some good criticism and good reviews, and all over liked the book, so I was happy about it. Because I haven't gotten like all my reviews. Like, guys, if y'all read this book, go on to your Amazon account apparently, or the one or two people who bought it from Barnes and Noble, the few people who that was one or two people who bought it from Google Play, and the few people who bought it from Barnes and Nobles. They should have little sections where you can leave little reviews and stars, and even if you didn't like it and you leave bad ones, it shows them someone's reading them. And yeah, hopefully you liked it, but I can't make you like something, especially if this is a poorly edited as the first one is Dead Ends 3. I still need to go in and fix that. I just haven't had I don't have the effort, the will to go edit more. My toe is either increasingly dirty or purple. It's hard to tell in this light. I have blood flow problems, so my toes sometimes do that. If you're wondering about blood flow problems, because I'm 6'2", the blood's like, that's a lot of freaking body to keep up with. The heart's like, can you stop being 6'2"? Cut off like half your legs. Okay. Exhaustion was making the investigator weaker, and there wasn't good timing. After all this time of slowly squirming, his chest now pressed against the hard curved wires of the creature's hook, which he noticed smelt sour, not of rot but of tart plant-like poison. The thing hadn't hooked him, but it had bit his leg skin, and in the last 30 minutes he didn't doubt the poison had worked its way from his lower half right back into his heart. Blinking the sudden sweat out of his eyes, he continued to squirm his way out, content of passing out when he could do so in a safer location. Within moments, his head pressed... Oh, that was weird. There's a glitch here. It split my paragraph into two. I'll have to fix that when I go fix the other thing. Within moments, his head pressed against the hooks, and he slipped out to fall to the ground, where he lied still and hoped to not draw attention. Sensing its loss, the creature's massive tube-like appendages began to pull back, coiled into itself. The hooks clicked together like dry bones of some long-dead creature, a sound that caused goose flesh to crawl over his skin and his bowels to loosen. Or maybe that was a reaction to the poison which dripped from them. There was a massive shift under the water as it drew its reel back under, leaving him noticeably alone on the lake shore. He was just about to get to his knees and crawl to the nearest shrub when the thing cast its line again, slamming it into the ground within enough force to shake it and scatter rocks. Stuck to his place in fear, he winced as a second, third, and fourth landed ashore, and watched all four roll around to hook themselves into the ground. Each one tensed with muscular strain under oily black skin as it pulled the body that owned them forward, not unlike a beach cephalopod. From behind him rose a noise like the surf of a stormy coastline pushing a massive wave up to and over him. In blind fear, ignoring the shaking sickness that ran through him, Wyzek rose to his feet out of the water and ran for his life. I forgot to go to the creative, so we'll go ahead and go in here. Hopefully none of that gets censored by Twitch's dumbness. You hear the audible magic? I'm calling you dumbness. So what we got in the story here, we now know that reality sounds like it's going to end. And Paradigm, who isn't back, who's in another reality. Paradigm, who is waiting out the destruction of our reality in another reality, has said there's no stopping it. There's nothing we can do. So whatever's happening, it's going to happen, just like the end itself. This is called the fracture, by the way. So we're not entirely sure what that means. But it can't be good for the 0 point, which can't be good for all realities. A reminder, story-wise, the 0 point is the center of the Big Bang, the recreation of all creation. It's the nexus of all realities, it's a doorway, if used correctly, to wherever you want to go. The place we are in currently is called Reality Zero. It's where the 0 point rests. There are technically two sides of Reality Zero. The island, inside and outside the loop, if that makes sense. Like two Reality Zeros, almost. But they exist in the same plane of existence. They're the same exact island. The same things happen to both of them when events happen. Inside the loop, people, us, the loopers, and the copies of the loopers that stay behind when the loopers leave, fight forever. They battle constantly, 15-minute intervals, I think it was, and constantly are battling with each other. And they die, they respawn when the loop resets. And if they leave the loop, they get a copy of themselves respawned in their place. Blue Prime. I'll take a Blue Prime. Thank you. I saw through that as well. Ooh, is that a Evercoast for fractals? You are going to be my main thing. But also, Actually, we'll do that when we get in. Cause a little chaos. Cause a little chaos. A cat gets hold of an explosive gel and everybody loses their mind. Sorry, I don't know, dude. Ow. Oh, that makes me sad. Because I need that. I was kind of hoping I wouldn't find that. Blue one? No, I need the green one. I'm hearing Jess. There it is. XP, 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 XP for me. Now I'll take the quick way out. Whee! Why am I hurrying? I did turn on. Wow, that's a quick way to evolve shit. Oh, I've been glooped. Jeez, that quick save, that was good. What am I doing? I can build. I'm so used to playing the no builds. I was like, everybody say hello to a secret. Not a lot of people know this is up here, but now you do. What the fluff? What was that? Where be the people? Percopus? Percopus? Perkle perks? Perkle perks? Ooh, yeah, I can destroy that. I forgot this place is kind of in the middle of, that's not what I want to do. That now. I don't want to in it, I just want the XP. You can have it. Pretty sure I still have to do that, but I'm not positive. I'll check it in a minute. Let's see. quests, milestones. Nope, destroy obstacle. The clue is all gone. So now that's just for fun. Ooh. Hey then. Ah. Where the hell are they? Why can't I see them? Darn it. Stop ruining my fun. Just want to splooge. I saw someone else in the other tree. Good job. I didn't realize I was out of goop. That's right, crazy lady. I'm crazy too. Lost. Heh. Stormtrooper shards everywhere. Aw. That's Midas. Darn it. Dude, I don't know why it loads automatically when all I did was emote. Okay. No, not that. There's this. We're gonna read from here. I don't know why. Just felt like it. His new friend had left, the darkness and the robe, leaving him in charge of the creatures that even he once feared. Now he knew he was more them than human, more darkness than light, and he had no reason to fear. Without reason to fear, he had no reason to hide, no reason to kill and have to wait out the night. This night he broke the tree line for the first time since he had discovered this disturbed little town of monsters, and with him, around him, cloaking him from harm, so did his new brethren. 2:30 p.m. Tammy and Merc walked along the beach. Are you sure? He asked, not for the first time. Yes, the screaming wasn't one of the beasts, but she was cut off as the human man slapped into her, knocking them both to the ground. Her light flickered out. Shit, Merc said, withdrawing the kitchen knife he had brought with them. Tammy? Tammy gasped and immediately regretted her decision. The man who had hit her and was now moaning on the ground smelled of days without wash, or deodorant, a smell that was sweet and not unlike raw onions. He also smelled of sickness, dark smells of shit, and worse, the nauseating smell of the vomit which had coated his shirt and was now all over her arm. I'm okay, Christ. She picked up and flicked her light back on, turning it on the pale and red-eyed man. His hair was plastered to his head in sweat. Contact with him had been a flash of heat, confirming that the man was sick. Sir? The man glanced into her light. Cox? Blinking, she was unsuccessful at placing the name to the face. But if he knew her, he was probably a regular, and she didn't remember all of them. Hold on, I got a thing I gotta do. Sorry, I have to back out of this. Asking questions. Out of this, then to this, and back to here. Okay. Okay. Blinking. Are you okay, sir? Fucking monster thing poisoned me, he gasped, attempting to wipe away sweat with an equally sweaty palm. Can't feel my leg. Tammy placed her light to his swollen leg where his pants had dripped away to display the darkened flesh, but as she did so, it smoked. And as it did so, it smoked, and the man started to scream. Shit, she yelled, moved it away. Sorry. What was that? He yelled. Tammy began to stammer as panic rose in her. Her light even dimmed, but Mark placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder, and she found her center. The light hurts creatures, he said. The man swore under his breath. That means I'm infected? Am I becoming one of them? Dunno, Mark admitted. Could be, or maybe it cleanses the poison they put into you and the pain is a side effect. Right, fuck, either way could be bad. Mark nodded. We need to get you to a medical facility that can help before we burn away half your insides. What's your name? Call me Wezek, PI for hire. He grunted as he forced himself into his set. What are you doing out after midnight? Not local, he gasped. Didn't know the town was some pit of hell. Me and you both, brother, Mark laughed. Time we found him. How did you know my name? It was disconcerting that a PI from out of town knew who she was, as if she was his target. Get me somewhere safe, he grunted, and I'll tell you everything. I will go ahead and go one more since I had a pause there. We're heading out, the sheriff listened to Cox's lady say on his voicemail. Meet us at the church. Bring as many bodies and flashlights as you can if you want to learn how to defeat this once and for all. Maybe save Moonlight from midnight. The sheriff hurried out of his house, placed his phone in his breast pocket, with long, large emergency torch in his hand, and a dozen others in his bag, shuffling his way to his car under his gracious weight. Once in his car, he turned on his flashers and his spotlight, hoping to keep the nightlife at bay, before placing an emergency call that would bring all of his force, or at least the ones that would risk the venture, to the chapel. We'll pause there. Pause. And head back into the game. Now, we're coming fairly far into the thing. I think we can actually finish it today. That said, it is 3:30. Shit. How much do I have left on this? Shoot, about a quarter left. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow will be another read and we'll mix it in with it. I don't know. Yeah, no. I don't want to go really past 4 hours. I have other things I gotta do. I'm gonna be an adult. Stop making me be an adult. Maybe I'll come back in tonight. Wait a minute. Will you shuffle your butt? Wait, I have questions. Do this real quick. Oh, that's something. Some kind of weird glitch. No, no glitch. It's so quiet with the party music. Oh, are we not going? I thought it was on. I was just sitting here doing this waiting for it to go. Guys, look, I got 3 crowns. It's a miracle. See, look, figure out. It's awesome. Those bubbles are weird. Any day now. There we go. We may not finish up the story today as I wanted to, but we may come back in and finish it up tonight, or I may make tonight maybe the wolf. No, because there's not enough feeding for the wolf to do it. I was hoping to spend most of tomorrow doing wolf and missions. So yeah, we may come back in tonight and do that. Tomorrow I'll do wolf and missions. I don't know what that means, but okay. Why does she have Dragon Ball? Oh, because she's anime. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, hello. 40 seconds. Ah, there's nothing in it. Hell. Whoop. Boo. Wait, I need to get my shotgun up. That's okay, I'm just charging my shotgun. No, my biggie. Is it a real one or a fake one? 500 is a real one, nice. Also, look at this. 600 in one area. Did not see him for the last moment. Said I headshotted someone? I guess got him with the shotgun. I gotta evolve it. I got shotgunned. Oh, holy shit. What the hell? Son Goku. I think we lost. But that's fine. Okay. Oh, I have another text here. Oh my god, how do you spell that? Okay. Back to this area. Where are we at on time then, guys? It might be our last read. Yeah. I'll go ahead and read one last time, then we'll call it a day, and we'll finish this up tomorrow. I'll see where we're at. Or tonight, tomorrow, or something. I'll see what time I have to work tomorrow. But let's go in and read one more time before I do anything else. The silence. Okay. The door to the mayor's room burst open just as he was falling asleep after unsuccessfully attempting to contact the sheriff. A man Williams A man Williams didn't know threw the injured form of his butler to the floor. Binder? Binder moaned, made asked to say something, and received a kick to his injured leg for his effort. Binder here is fucking useless. If you care for him or for yourself, you'll tell me where my son is. The man aimed his right hand, which hit a pistol directly at Williams' form, who suddenly wished he didn't make such a large target. Free XP, eh? Not actually free XP. I'm here reading for you guys, I guess. I don't know who your son is, Williams insisted. I don't even know who you are. The man's finger rattled the trigger. Don't fuck with me. I followed the fucking cat into here. The mayor glanced at his servant, who shook his head. Until the man broke our seals held. The butler sucked in an exhausted breath that rattled with age. Nothing's come in yet. There was a sharp bark of gunfire that temporarily deafened everyone in the room. Lid of the headboard splintered into pieces just left of the mayor, who lost control of his bladder and warmed his sheets. Fuck, man, you psychopath. Then he stopped. He glanced at his window where the candle remained snuffed, realizing what Finder had just told him. You broke the seal? The creatures can get in? One's already here, the man insisted. Williams opened his mouth to correct their intruder when an oppressive feeling weighed upon him. You fool, he whispered. Something's here now. We'll read one more section, and then we'll leave it at 3 p.m. The deputy stopped just short of his cruiser. Fear loosened his legs, and every hour of training in an emergency situation fled his mind. The oily creature which stood just beyond his white and blue vehicle, not yet noticing him, was gigantic, humanoid yet disproportionate, reminding him of the trolls from the Tolkien movie with its large, bulky head and hanging belly. Beyond that creature were dozens more creatures of all sizes and shapes, all of them more horrible than any he had ever witnessed before, all spilling from the forest where a swath of trees lie decimated, likely by things as large as his new neighbor. Amidst these creatures was a pale human, nude and covered in blood. The moonlight, the only light available with all the street lamps snuffed out by the encroaching darkness, didn't fall upon this man as if he wore a sheet made of creatures' skin. The deputy didn't recognize him, the town's semi-resident serial killer. They told the deputy not to stop the man or his graphic sacrifices, to make him yet another secret of the town, because what he did distracted the worst of the creatures, making him useful. He withdrew his pistol, aiming at the man whose usefulness just dried up and fired. The creature closest to him moved with speed unbecoming of it. It was a him, the officer thought, noting the boulders that swung between its knees. He had a moment to wonder whose secrets or sins this thing was before rationale caught up, and he dashed for his home. He slammed into the door, forgetting he locked it, and fumbled for the key ring that hung off his belt. Before he could find the right key, it slammed him into his home with so much force that most of the center of the wall around his doorway buckled, and all feeling left his body. Somehow he was still alive, though he couldn't feel enough to breathe. He looked at the bloody mess he had left on the door, and then watched the darkness-cloaked killer walk over to him, to say something he couldn't hear while shaking his head in what seemed to be disappointment. Then the creature which had squashed the deputy like a grape grinned, shoveling the officer's living leftovers into his hands, and cupped them to his mouth, swallowing the young man whole. And that will be our end for the day, guys. We're at 3 p.m. I do believe this goes to, like, sunrise or something. So we have quite a bit left to read, actually. Hey, look, it's our new weapon. Cool, it's one of the trade's hands. I like that. And we're in our new glowy, purpley green form 7. It was no longer the 7. Ooh, that's cool. Do that again. Hold on. Wait, how did I get... Wait. Oh, I like how that turns on. Look how it does that. It's like closest thing we have to like a lightsaber other than a few other weapons. So yeah. Tomorrow tonight we'll pick up the rest of the story, and one of those times we will also probably pick up. If I do it tonight, tomorrow will be the wolf. So we'll likely come back in tonight to do a little bit more reading. So tomorrow I can do the wolf. So we'll likely finish this up tonight in another reading session, and tomorrow will be the wolf. Let me check everything since I just repeated that like 5 times to annoy the shit out of you guys. See what all my schedules are. Eh, eh. Police Poland NATO say cross-border missile struck that killed 2 was accidental, not an attack by Russians. Escalating fears cool. How about Russia stop bombing its fucking neighbor and accidentally hitting other neighbors like the freaking fascist dickheads they are? Fuck you, Russia. You don't get just to say, oh, I accidentally killed 2. You are murdering thousands in a country because it doesn't want to suck your dick. That is it. You are the worst person to have ever probably ruled Russia. One of them, at least. Sorry, I'm reading through here some stuff. Trying to get to my schedule. What is this? Delete that schedule. I don't think they'll have the schedule up today, but let's see. Should have the schedule up like in advance. Why they don't allow us to do more than less than 3 weeks ahead. Waiting. Okay, so for right now, I'll wait on that. Ooh, there we go. Nope, I don't know that time yet. I know the next 2 weeks. I might get the schedule for the week after that. So today is the 16th, which I have off. 17th, yeah, evening, so I'll be able to stream a little if I wake up early enough. So here are my plans. Tonight, I might stream. If I stream, it'll be this again, along with reading. Just in an effort to get Chrome Punk. Where are we at in Chrome Punk, by the way? Not too far away. I think we can get him if he's got 6 weeks on him. So today and tomorrow, then the rest of the week probably won't do anything. Got the hiccups, holy cow. Shoot. 12:30 to 7 again. So I'm mid-shift apparently on Friday, but they have the 12:30 to 7 again, and that was the problem from last night. That's interesting. And stupid. Anyway, that said, I got distracted. Next week, you'll likely see me Monday and Thursday again. Tuesday and Wednesdays are maybe. They'll be early mornings if that happens. But Monday, yes, and Thursday, yes. Thursday morning. And that's all I really have for you guys right now. I hope y'all have a good weekend. I hope y'all enjoy everything. I will let y'all know tomorrow on, probably on here, actually. I'll let y'all know tomorrow on here if I get it by then. What the schedule's like. If I don't get it by the time I start up stream tomorrow or end it, then I will let y'all know on Twitter, and Facebook. I'll probably schedule it too if I end up being able to go. And I'll tell y'all Monday here online. Whatever I end up streaming. Did you hear that sound? That sound. Anyway, y'all have a good weekend. Peace out, guys. Oh, I guess I'm seeing y'all tomorrow and tonight. Never mind. No more peace out. Peace out. I'll see y'all tonight. Y'all have a good day.